Welcome back, lady lads and gentle lads. It's Disco Elysium time again. Which means, if I'm not mistaken, it's Wednesday, my dudes. The reason I point this out is because I had to remind myself that, is it Wednesday? And yeah, it seems it is Wednesday. So anyway, let's try to find a home for our homeless police boy. Let us try to find a home for this man. Before we do, however, who's this at the counter? Well, oh ho! Here's an intriguing-looking gentleman. He's bald, he's got glasses. This guy looks sort of like, Oh. Apparently we gotta spend money to make money. Not really who we're after, though. Again, in my mind I read this as wild penis as opposed to wild pines. Either way.
A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your fingers itch. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
I mean, I could pickpocket this guy for medicine. Crashed into wheelchair. Inspect the piece.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John.
Okay. I'm just checking a couple of things. What's going on in here? What is going on over there? Never mind. We carry on, however. Waiting for people to slowly trickle in. We've put the word out. Steal the dock worker's ID. I mean, we have a high chance of succeeding. I'd be remiss not to attempt it, but, You know, for now, let's just leave him alone, because I want to steal his ID first. And in order to do that, I must make sure that this man is no longer tailing me, because it would look a bit funny if, all of a sudden,
Can I help you?
we stole something from him.
Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I guess we'll let Kim speak.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Oh, the threatening route. Oh, also, do we have, is my microphone working? Yes, it is. People are just slow to come in, I guess.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it.
Oh ho.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Lieutenant, we're done here. Absolutely out.
Absolutely in the question.
We're gonna sing
First
karaoke
we
or
find a
else.
Sad.
Give me a room
Then
or we sing
this
karaoke.
place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
But nobody is playing any music. Darn. Oh well. Hmm. I suppose we just plow on. Plow on and we wait. Normally there'd be someone around this time telling me that I'm late or something. It is deathly quiet. No matter. I suppose I could resort to begging.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against
Oh
the seat.
no, he's
Their
gonna sell
silver edges
hubcaps.
sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
It wouldn't be
All
right.
Let's not take them now. Then come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again, and then take them.
Sounds likely. The cage at the
I confiscated
guess we will
this
have
for
to.
a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are
There
those
are
things,
spinner
though?
hubcaps.
Hello,
They're those
Chestnut.
things you put
About
on your
time you
wheels.
got in here.
When the wheels
You're
come to a
late
stop,
for
the
once.
caps keep on
Very
spinning.
late. I
There's
am
no
very
reason for
cross
that,
with you,
just for
Chestnut.
vanity.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
So you took his spinners.
Mhm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
I would have confiscated them too. They're mesmerizing.
That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Did you want to put them on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yes, outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
Aw, Kim, you're such a bro. I mean, we do need more war crimes, but instead, I'm drinking Blue Buck, which is actually a pretty fine beer. Haven't had it for in a long time, actually. It's been a year or so.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But
Oh,
thank
well.
you. The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Oh, well. Hello there, Robert Marks. Welcome to the stream. You too are late. Haha, the tables have turned. I am the one reprimanding you, not the other way around. Ha ha ha. It would be regular war crimes in this case. Nah, this is just, casual beat crimes. No war here, just beat.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
You don't care about me being late so much as you care about Kibbs being late. Well, with him it's a consistent thing. With me, it happens infrequently.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
Wow, that's actually pretty
No one
impressive.
was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer.
I mean, look,
Delightful
we
doing
all know
business
you
with
fence
you.
a lot of hot
Do come
garbage.
again.
Literally.
Thank you.
Yes, fair enough. Turns out the OBS update, which was stuck on like, update number 15 of 149, it was stuck there for like 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden, in the span of 30 seconds, it went from 14 out of 149 to fully complete. Look, I don't get it. OBS is just really dumb with its updates sometimes.
Here's the 60 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest
Okay.
is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Anything else?
I think
you're
we need to
thinking
buy
of
those
selling?
back for him at some point. I'll sell my clothes!
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Nah,
Another time,
that's good.
perhaps.
I mean, it would have been extremely funny to sell my clothes, but I think I need those. I think I need those. So, Chad, what are you up to tonight? How are things going? Things going good? Dinner was good, I hope. Ooh, a wild guess for Robert from Chestnut. What's it gonna be, I wonder?
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well. Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
It was a Hello Fresh box from food. Of the food. It was pretty good, you say. What was the meal? Wait, what? What's with the chicken tabula? Okay. Not bad.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
What are Copo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours? Okay, just for the length of this short demonstration, please say something that isn't, I'm sorry. Guess. What is it?
Weapon
No,
cop.
you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
You know, actually, I'm not smart. Sorry. Won't the other Copo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
Where are the
Oh,
others?
you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go?
No.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
I'm really not,
Wow.
though.
Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
Yes. You were. Screw you, mind. Fuck you, brain. You're just a weirdo.
Yes?
Okay, new skill points though. Where would we like to put some skill points? I'd like to increase this by 1. So I can get level 2 volition. That'd be excellent. Heck, I might as well put a point into suggestion just to keep its mouth closed in the future. I guess we go up the stairs and try to go to sleep, quote-unquote. Although, maybe I should talk to that dock worker instead of swiping his pass. Then again, how would Kim feel about me swiping his pass? Maybe we should save and just try things out. What do you think, chat? Should we rob a poor dock worker of his ID? Should we do that? It might come in handy.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
We could always...
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You know,
You've just
chances
picked
are
up
that's
some
true.
magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Ask another about the tattoos' possible meanings. Okay, find the armored gloves. Little girl in the fishing village down the coast who knows something about the armored gloves. Okay, well, we can't do that quite yet. Let's give it a go. I play in a socialist paradise. Stealing from workers is my raison d'etre. Thank you, Gunny. You've made my decision for me.
Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocketbook.
And the man.
The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know.
Does the
Better be
lieutenant
quick.
see me?
No, he's looking the other way, perhaps purposefully.
Let's steal the document.
You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore.
It's not stealing, it's redistribution. Thank you, Chestnut. And I'm clearly poorer than this dock worker at the moment.
Just for the record, you look nothing like the man on the document.
Yeah, okay. But anyway.
You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. The note says, 5 real. It feels nice and greasy.
It could be useful. Also, it could, you know, it could offer me some
Yum,
sort of
yum.
in.
Money. Think of all the things you can buy with this. The synapses in your brain fire with glee.
Of course they
The
would.
sleeping dock worker has little to say about your actions. He remains silent.
Let's wake him up.
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
Okay, it was a little bit less than a 50-50. Whatever. A dock worker's shift card. I could pawn this for 13 bucks? No way. I might just pawn it for 13 bucks. What are your thoughts on the pseudo-France that Sebastian is playing in? It's Franco-Nigerian, island, city-state sort of business. I don't know. Archipelagic utopia. Which is a mouthful. That's a heckin' mouthful, as a matter of fact. It won't let me pick up the bottle. That's dumb. I wanted that bottle. No matter. I suppose we're going up the stairs. Well, first off, he's actually sitting on a tall bar stool and leaning on a desk. So, yeah, I think it's relatively comfortable. Have I learned about the pail? Well, no, what's the pail?
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Oh, what now?
The living shit. Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It once smokes.
Am I a smoker?
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent,
While true,
cigarette
Chestnut,
stub,
let's ignore that for a
still
moment.
smoldering deliciously.
But she broke it at the filter. I can't
How
smoke that.
very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all. Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing.
Jesus
Make
Christ.
sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if it's not all the time.
Electrochemistry, you need to
And
shut
when
your
you're
shit up.
done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Okay. Thank you, electrochemistry, for railroading me down the path of... I don't know, even.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright, pitter-patter, let's go. Pretty sure it's pseudo-Spain, not sure if it's better
The
or
air
worse.
outside is
Yeah, it's
brisk.
pseudo-Spain
The
conquered by
lieutenant is silent for a moment.
pseudo-French
He
people
listens
from
to the traffic
Algeria.
hum. Then,
Okay. The air outside is brisk, the lieutenant is silent for a moment, he listens to the traffic hum, and then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation.
Oh, he smokes,
But I
though.
also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
Didn't know you
I have a
smoked.
cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Fair
oh
enough.
man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim? Oh, God. Oh, but it's such a cheesy line, I have to go for
I
it.
mean, this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Birdie sure Sig is just an analogy for something else. How hard you're getting all railroaded down the knob.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Okay,
I
fine, let's go.
apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes.
Alright then, debrief.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
Also, do tell me if this is, if the voice acting is too quiet or if I'm too quiet. I'll adjust things. Because listening through my headset, Kim sounds exceedingly quiet. I know that on the stream end, it sounds a lot louder than it does in my headphones, but still. I think I'll play Fallout 4 for a bit and maybe come back if the stream is still up. Fair enough, Robert. You enjoy. I'm gonna be going for at least, you know, something close to 3.5, 4 hours. After all, I've got an entire 6-pack to plow through.
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it.
Also, I discovered something about this game. Time only passes during dialogue.
Our inspection was also very thorough, and we've already started following up on leads.
Music is a little louder than the voice ATM. Okay, so it's not just me, but... You know, I should probably do something to address that. Where are we? Music volume. Let's take that down to like half. Because this happens often with this game, I think.
Then you shot the body down, which was quite the shot.
I was just inspired by your confidence in
I
me.
admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we missed something, but it's up to the boys in processing now. We did perform a thorough search of the crime scene. That's great. Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean. Not always the right people, I'm afraid.
Uh-huh.
We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow.
Definitely.
We interviewed Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep, and learned a lot. None of it very good news for us or Martinez, but above all though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a stand-up Precinct 41 practice?
Wait. He takes note of me running? Holy shit. Please tell me that the game was actually keeping track of that somewhere. Because if so, that is so good.
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually.
This
The power
conversation's
officers
great.
of the
I like
Habitual
it.
Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Mm-hmm. Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Easy to abuse?
Although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station.
Mm-hmm.
Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can we be sure?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have
Okay.
to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Take a pass, thanks. Okay. And who makes all these rules?
The
Because,
coalition
you know,
government
we might as well go
and
through
moral
this.
intern more broadly.
It's lore, chat. Lore.
The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
Why is his
Or
voice
perhaps
acting so
it is
quiet,
better
though?
to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
We were allowed to form. I mean, let's say it was the coalition government.
It's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the Moralintern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Now, okay, this word is curious to me because it's fucking bullshit. I don't understand it. But anyway, do you, like, read it as, like, Mora Lintern? Like, I mean, clearly we're reading it as Mora Lintern. But at the same time, it's just the words moral and intern put together, so... I don't know, this is an interesting word to me. I like this word.
Or if they think you do.
What is
the
it?
Moralist International are the world's largest
Moralist
political
International, there we
organization.
go.
You know who they are. They have been running this place.
Common
after the revolution
turn, of
failed.
course. That's where it comes from. Morale intern. Okay, so it is morale intern. There we go. I don't know why I had this weird geek moment about that word, but anyway. Language is interesting to me, what can I say?
There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual.
Yeah, of course.
Something almost self-explanatory. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
No, that was a lot to hear from my inner thoughts. But anyway.
What do they believe in? They are Delorians. They believe they continue the humanist project.
I mean, technically, Chestnut, they do.
4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
I mean, again, technically, they do. But the thing is... they're very poorly thought out.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Who was
A
she?
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
Ha ha ha. The subject of humanism is too abstract for you. You who is working as a beat cop. Yeah, uh-huh. Sure there, Kim, sure. You have opinions. I bet they're pretty strong opinions.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
Oh yeah, he has strong opinions about the moral intern.
Do you?
Oh, how spicy do we want to be, chat? There's so much spicy.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
I mean... if all that defines a vigilante is someone who is working outside of a rule structure, I think vigilantism is preferable.
Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
Fair enough.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses.
We went
The
hot
lieutenant
on the
looks at
spice
his
there.
slim cigarette,
You know, not too
contemplating
hot.
The next
It wasn't
drag.
ghost pepper hot. There was definitely, you know, a pretty strong habanero sauce, I'd say. Or maybe like slightly mildened down habanero sauce.
This soldier is the highlight of
When the
day
rules
for
are
me.
unjust, it is one's
He
duty to
thinks
break them.
This little stick right here.
But no, let's actually quickly go back to that point of if vigilantism is only defined by your not working within a set of rules that is arbitrarily assigned. In the general case, no matter which rule set you work within, you're not going to be a vigilante so long as you work within a rule set. Vigilantism would in this case be defined by just the wanton outbursts of, justice seeking. Social justice seeking, even. In order to fit whatever arbitrary abstract worldview you happen to, want to conform to. So, really, actually, no, it might even be a fairly reasonable definition for vigilantism, because along those lines, Batman wouldn't be technically considered a vigilante. Because he does work within a rule set, and it's a rule set designed to uphold the law, or designed to uphold the rules of another institution, such that he doesn't step on their feet, but just functions in a weird little gray area, which, if you know anything about business, gray areas are your best friend. It should have been more spicy, more based. Heinlein is a weird figure, because on the one hand, Starship Troopers can be interpreted both in the way of, oh wow, it's such a horrendous society that is, completely dictatorial, and that people are... I'd say if you read the book, it's a stretch to make that assumption. That the society is unjust. If anything, the whole service guarantees citizenship aspect is a bit suspect. But at the same time, it does give you a pretty cogent argument to say that, yes, service does, in fact, guarantee citizenship. I don't know, it's hard to say that there is a counterpoint to that within the work itself. That Heinlein is actually trying to be critical of the service equal citizenship mindset. It's been about 8 years since No, not 8 years. Or has it been? No, more like 6 or 7 years since I actually read Starship Troopers, and... yeah. I struggle to point at any specific passage in there that says that Heinlein was critical of the morality of the society he had built. And the reason why I'm going on this diatribe, Gunny, and bear with me, is because I've had people point out to me, after talking to them about Starship Troopers in the philosophy department at my university, that Heinlein was actually trying to be critical, and that he said as much in some other correspondences and interviews later on down the line, which I haven't had access to, so I'm still treating this as information that is potentially live and has some sort of counterfactual merit to my own position. Or, no, sorry, not counterfactual, but a contrapositive. So it's a counterposition to my own, and I have to treat it as live because I haven't read those specific snippets and excerpts, if they do in fact exist. So the question is, am I the one misinterpreting the work of Heinlein, or was that person being genuine? To a fair degree, I think he was being genuine because... one, he was incredibly autistic, actually. And secondly, he was actually a very deep fan of Heinlein overall. So... and even the Starship Troopers universe, like, to the point where he had one of the original tabletop Starship Troopers games from the like 60s or 70s, or was it? I don't even know. Like some really old shit. Book was great, and the service gets citizenship should be the way. You don't get to participate unless you contribute to it. Then there's the matter of contribution, Chestnut. Like, what constitutes contribution in this respect? And holy hell. Let's not get into that issue right now. Not sure he criticizes the idea. I made the point in a video that having to learn the right to vote and holding public office would remove a lot of the corrupt, low-effort politicians. Having to earn the right to vote. Sorry, not learn. Because they were all equaled outside of the voting bit. I mean... Here's the thing. It would leave the system so incredibly open to corruption. So incredibly open.
An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuraga's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. 2 glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this? Well, because we haven't been around here on the streets. Like, you know, it's what cops are supposed to be. A presence in the community, actually interacting with their citizens, as opposed to only doing traffic stops and, sir, have you been drinking tonight, and sticking their head inside your window going schniff schnoff. Alternately, what else? Yeah, you were on a red light and you touched your phone twice. That's a $500 ticket there. What? Oh, what else can we lay on here while I'm complaining about the police? Ooh, suppressing the honking for freedom. That one. That's a pretty big point against them. Handing out speeding tickets. Look, if your only meaningful interaction with the police is mere enforcement of legislature, and not even law, because I'd refuse to call a lot of legislation law. It is merely legislature. Either way. How did this start? Whatever. Let's keep playing the game.
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the
It
union,
is.
to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
Ah, yes, that's how I got started on this topic, because, you know, the police should form a more active part, you know, actually talk to citizens on the street, as opposed to in their, like, weird little circles over coffee and donuts on the street, talking only amongst themselves. They should have a stronger and more intimate interaction with the community. Yeah, Robert Mark, sorry, you've fallen upon a philosophical exposition, I suppose. Instigated by the game and, aided and abetted by chat.
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
Okay. Now, where were we? You know what? Screw it. I will start a new playthrough of Fallout 4 so I can change my mods at a later point. Very good, Marks. Glad to have you back. And so quickly, too. Service to the greater community, how and what that service is wide open. It's only voluntary service. I mean, yeah, it should be voluntary service, still. But... like, how many police officers do you know by name that aren't friends of your family already? How many police officers have you ever been able to say, walk up to and go like, hello there, Tim. How's your day been today? You know, had a pretty rough night last night over on, I don't know, say Main Street. We had a little bit of an operation go south there, and, a couple of us got injured, but other than that, it's pretty fine. How's your day been, Tom? Oh, Tom is gonna tell you all about how his brother's uncle's cousin broke a leg the other day working for him, and it's such a sad thing that the kid's in the hospital, yada, 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 yada. You see, this is the sort of kind of interaction you should be able to have with a police officer, a member of the community, not some just, untouchable arbiter of the law. Decked out in full fucking riot gear. Heck, even a bulletproof vest. The fact that cops have to wear bulletproof vests on the regular now serves to dehumanize them and distance them from the communities they're meant to serve. They make them unapproachable, which, yes, it does prevent them from getting shot to shit, but at the same time, like, I don't know.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Yes, Marx, that is a bad thing. Nihilism is a dead-end fucking road. If only because it makes you exploitable to the very people that want to beat you down. Nihilism works against you, and it serves to aid your enemies more so than it will ever help you. So disabuse yourself of nihilism as quickly as you fucking can. Read Nietzsche. Read fucking Marcus Aurelius. Who else? Plato. Fucking just read some philosophers. Buddhism. It's not nihilism. Very few times will you find actual nihilism in the pages of a philosophical treatise. It's a lot harder to corrupt someone with cheap, empty promises when they attach value to their vote. I mean, yeah, sure. Once you've bled for your vote, it becomes very difficult to suddenly cast your lot in with someone that very well put you in the position that caused you to lose that blood, so, yeah. System, I think, is nowhere near as open to corruption than the current one. It hinges on the idea that something given like universal voting makes votes worthless. Yeah, but, if service guarantees citizenship, what you open the door to is what happened during the Napoleonic era with England. Officership by commission. And there is going to be ways to exploit that system, to, like, get people involved that shouldn't really be touching it ever. You know?
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Goodest of the good cops. I got an achievement for that. Wow. Wouldn't having a select portion of the population being able to vote also open the door for that population being able to suppress or overtax those that lack the ability to vote? Yes, in theory. It also does lead to that because, suddenly you've developed this privileged class. And it's going to be like a democracy in ancient Athens, where only, 40,000 members of 100,000 or, 200,000 population strong city were actually allowed to vote because they were landowners and men. Let's ignore the meme of anything to do with, let's ignore any memes to do with the women's vote. Let's ignore that for now. Women have the vote in our society. Drop it, move on. It's not the conversation to have a deeper diatribe into that. What you always open that society to is the idea that there will be a fundamental disconnect between the people who are allowed to vote and then the people who are going to be subject to the laws made by those voters. Sort of like what we have right now already. Our votes functionally don't matter. Like, very seldom have they mattered. The Trump presidency was actually one of those times when the voting mattered. If the PPC ever gets a majority or even a minority government, it'll matter at that time. But most of the times when you're voting for an establishment party, it doesn't matter. There is already this fundamental disconnect between the people who lead the country and between you. Sure, service hasn't guaranteed their citizenship, nor has service in the strict military sense guaranteed mine, but both you and I, Gunny, have been subject to draconian measures put in place in order to curtail our freedoms for a laughable psyop. But I digress. Look, Robert Marx, if you look forward to be dead, that's nihilism. You seek nothingness. That is exactly what nihilism is. Nihilo. Nothing. You seek to be nothing. And that is a problem, Marx. But don't worry. I'm working on it. I'm working on doing some readings of Marcus Aurelius and a whole bunch of other stuff, and hopefully we can reach you and pull you out of that weird nihilistic abyss you've thrust yourself into, because trust me, I know, I was there. It's based in Philosophical Wednesday, my dudes. Ah!
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Damn, are we going fucking horny for this guy?
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
We have gained experience. Ha ha, huzzah. Selfishness, Robert. Yeah. It sounds like you lack a certain quality of selfishness to yourself, which, I mean, yeah, it sounds weird. Like, what do you mean I should be more selfish in order to preserve my rights? And it's like, well, yeah, you sort of have to be more selfish to preserve those rights. That is just the baseline you should be striving for. Know how to appreciate yourself in some respect. Heck, listen to more Jordan Peterson, even. He's palatable. Stomachable, even. See you in the morning, he says. And I am going to pull out my bag of things and then... I guess we'll take this tape. Empty cassette. Okay. What, I'm not allowed to pick up the bottles from the ground? Oh, that's bullshit. These are my bottles, I'll have you know. Mine.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark phantoms with many tiny eyes, chaotically arranged and not looking at you.
Do it, Gunny. Fucking do it. I wholeheartedly support this. Heck, I'll even move to Alberta and throw in some support, why not? Just tell me who to vote for. Dox yourself, why don't you?
The fan stands still. The lights are on. The lights are off again. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Use your chain cutters to fix the faucet. -10, tool not in hand. Okay. Recited the poem Tommy. Okay. Dig to locate source of the impression.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Uh-huh.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened.
Bitch, yeah, disco. I was going to say, for those people who always want equality and of end goals, could you tell them that killing everyone makes them equal? I mean, yes, that is the premise they operate under. If you are an ends justify the means sort of guy, then yeah, that is always going to be the fundamental reduction towards the absurd, the reductio ad absurdum, that you're always going to be aiming for. There is only that as a bottom for an ends justify the means mentality. Eventually, death becomes palatable to achieve whatever goal you had in mind. And before you ever achieve that utopian perfective goal, because it is a perfective goal, you're always going to fall short. And the means will have no ends to justify. And so you'll shift the goalposts of what qualifies as an end. That is the quagmire you'll find yourself in. What is worse, a small amount of continuous sleep, like sleeping for 4 hours, or sleeping 8 hours in intervals where you have periods where you can't sleep? Which is worse? Both. Both are worse. Although it depends on your psychochemistry, I guess. Look, I have a fair chunk of insomnia myself, so I'd know. The only thing evil needs to win is for good men to do nothing. Yep. At some point it is what you have to do, and yeah, will you get mowed down for it?
Forget
Chances
about ostentatious orchestrations.
But you gotta do it anyway.
For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million.
He said la million. It's le million. Guillaume le Million. Motherfucker.
If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
Why did you adopt it?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
I only know a very basic amount of philosophy, and I am an idiot for the most part. Well, it's time to brush up on it, Marks. You've got a life to win. Get on it.
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Womp womp. Okay, so what next? Well, it's
You
number
have
4, why
some
not?
understanding of the near history of disco. plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
Thank you, Encyclopedia. You're the most reasoned of my inner voices.
Not really. OO must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway.
Okay, thanks, Encyclopedia. That says nothing to me. What's a disco rock band?
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne cork smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
I know the origin now. Okay. I wonder how much of the Russian military equipment is being sold to the West because of the massive amount of corruption in their military. Things like optics, body armor, etc. Let's put it this way. A lot of the people who are currently in charge of the Russian administration were former communists. They were former members of the party. Heck, their president is a former KGB member. I'll let you come to your conclusions based off of that factoid. The answer should be clear, by the way. Let's try to stop the expression.
Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Well, well, well. And let us equip the chain cutters. Chain cutters seem like the wrong thing to use to fix a sink, but we're gonna try
A
anyway.
mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Well, that failed. Delightful. And to that end, I guess it's
The bed is
bedtime for
cold
this man.
and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
There's a lot of modern equipment sold legally, actually, just like Trigicon sells the same ACOG to both civies and military. Oh, yeah. Because as it turns out, when you force poor people to fight for you and give them absolute shit for pay and stuff, you can sell. Yeah. That does tend to be the way it goes, but no, most of the stuff that would be sold illegally from the Russian army would be happening at a much higher level. It wouldn't be happening at the... Well, it might be happening at the division level, but it certainly wouldn't be happening at the platoon level, if you catch my drift. Nor below. Savvy?
And then sleep doesn't come.
What do you mean sleep doesn't come? Shut up. I want to sleep, damn you.
And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Damn it, mind.
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the
Its
pillow.
synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat. And grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. A bit tense in the muscles. Relax. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
No more thoughts. Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids
Damn it.
twitch in your sleep.
Soft
and
belly.
images-
Hello there, Squealy.
images
You're
start
late.
forming.
And you will be punished accordingly. I shall remove from you your cat ears. And we shall place them on Gunny instead. I more mean those lower level stuff is like how in the Chechen wars the conscripts often sold even their own ammunition and equipment to Chechens who would use it on them, also in Afghanistan. Okay, well, yeah, sure, the conscripts. That's probably happening a fair chunk, because most of them probably don't even want to be in the fight anyway. The legit stuff is not difficult to buy legally either. I mean, yeah, it isn't. Still, you were chilling in VC. I know you were. I'm watching. I'm always watching. Okay, I guess we're gonna be playing more game rather than listening to text. But first, you know, we have, this spinning bullshit to do. Come on, I need to make it steady. There's a rhythm to this. Anyway, enough of that. I guess let's use our mind's eye to discover what we may discover. Oh, hello, that's me. That's me.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
Oh, my name is Harry. Well, let's go.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you.
Well, well, well.
Do you remember the gravel in my throat?
Yeah. Just gurgling. He's like just gurgling shard gravel. Fucking hell. He's like the aftermath of a quarry explosion. Quiet in the Kib score despite Kibs being there. I mean, after streams, what you have to remember about Kibs is that he'll show up in order to be present. But for the most part, he's turned off and he's doing other things. Like, you know, his actual day job. These days, he oftentimes goes back to that. He was far more interactive. I've known the guy for 3 years now. Damn. Anyway, 3 years ago, he was far more interactive because he actually had people doing the work he's doing now. Whereas, right now he's doing the work of about 5 people himself, Which, at the end of the day, look, it's a desk job. It doesn't require that many people. It just requires a couple of competent people. But the problem is, how many competent people are you going to find? Either way. I wonder if I should keep the Silent Hill-esque mod in my load order for the next playthrough of Fallout 4. No, you shouldn't. Instead, you should install an anime titty mod, and, then introduce to it some sort of, I don't know, Danganronpa angle. That's what you should do with your Fallout 4. Trust me. Why would I do it? Why would I ever give you bad advice, Robert Marks? Why would I ever do that? Quantity has a quality on its own. Well, yeah. Look at the kind of quantities that have given us the qualities we have in our own society, and you'll know the answer to that. And heck, even Robert Marks calls attention to it. Considering they look new. I mean, that's the way it goes. That is the way it goes.
Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history.
Is Elysium the name of the planet, then?
You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. No, you haven't. You're just sleep-talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
Okay, limbic system. Calm down. You sound like you're down bad.
You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Okay. Thank you, Brain, for being absolutely unrepentantly chaotic and contrary to any positive service.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
Well, thanks for the status update, electrochemistry, you son of a bitch.
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Yeah, I don't know why there was such a sudden fetish for deep and grumbly voice actors. And I mean, hell, I even fucking went hard into the meme given the microphone I purchased for myself, the Caddy 100S. I mean, listen to me. Like, you can hear me and the kind of baritone I'm pulling off right now. Which is also my normal speaking voice, but it is augmented by the microphone I have. So, again, like the gravelly, sort of deep bass texture is what people seem to like in voice acting work, and I don't know why. I mean, we could have the alternative, which is Naruto. I'm pretty sure you don't want that. I want to ask, my actual birthday is coming up this weekend. I want to ask, would going to a Brazilian steakhouse that opened recently be something alright as a single person? I mean, do you want to try out a Brazilian steakhouse? If so, yes, fucking go for it. The fact that you're single should factor into it not a bit. And besides, think of it this way, Marks. You scout it out on your own, and then you go like, this place is great. I think I should bring someone back here with me. It's called paving the road for the future, Marks. All your family is out of state. Treat yourself. If you don't have any family with you, if you don't have any friends who are willing to come along, treat yourself. Fuck them. And so we go, bottle number 3.
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline.
We're not looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks, maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired. Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Let's do it. Let's fucking do it, boys. I'd like to be able to use my shower, but that doesn't seem like it's happening.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
That does not seem like it's happening. No, it does not seem like it's happening. And my stench is really so-so. I could smell far worse, and I probably will. But when you're among dock workers, it's the way to go. I don't know why I'm going into everyone wants to be like Gaston here, but bear with me, chat. I'm used to lonely birthdays, so I know how it feels. How many calories have you drank today? Like I said, 3rd bottle. I'm just starting now. Brazil does more beef than us at this point. Do it, live and try it out. I mean, I think it's a bit of a gimmick. Anytime you see like, oh, Brazilian steakhouse, or oh, Australian burgers, it's a gimmick. It is a gimmick, but hell, it might be a tasty gimmick. Give it a try. And heck, if you're going to be really smooth and sleek, you can even go something like this. You go talk to your waitress and say, hey there, ma'am. I know it might sound like a lot right now, but today's my birthday. My family is out of state. My friends are all on vacations right now. Would you mind bringing over, I don't know, a slice of cake and a candle? And then, later on, when you end off work, join me tonight. Maybe we can see something nice. You know, try to play it up a little, I don't know. I'm no pickup artist. You can believe me on that. I am no pickup artist. But, you know, just give it a shot. Fucking
The door
Go for
is
broke.
closed.
What's the worst that could happen? You risk having a good time? Come on. So between this and The Witcher, how would you compare how the two games use the amnesia trope? The Witcher had to use it as a convenient plot excuse in order to drive its own plot, whereas this game, the amnesia is central to your entire being as a character. This is one of the struggles you have to fight with. So, yeah. Smastin is a construction artist. That's right, I'm hammerist. You just said like 3 words there that I don't even understand. I'm like, what the hell's a construction artist? Oh. Unless we're literally talking, okay, I work in construction. And what the hell is a hammerist?
Can
What
I
would
help you?
hammerism be? What is my money? I'm okay, I'm almost at the threshold. Goodbye, I leave. I go.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
What's wrong with the
The
phone line?
manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later.
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
Uh-oh.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's
Okay.
just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
Hammerist, racist against hammers. Now you see here, Squealy. I'll have you know. I'll have you know, you motherfucker, you. Also, hello there, Lord Raven. Pleasure to see you around. I think I've seen you on the Kib streams of Warno and such. How you doing tonight? Uh-oh, beer's warming up. I have to sip more cautiously, lest I tip the bottle in such a way that it spills all over myself. Now, Squealy, you get your mind out of the gutter. And chat that definitely does not watch Keebs at all. Look, Lord Raven, I'm trying not to have this overlap with the Keebs chat. I don't like feeling as though I'm just grifting subs off of him. Which, really, I'm not. People come here of their own volition. I try not to be too, well, annoying about it. But I would like to have people from other communities come over here so that I can trick them into purchasing Kib's game later. But anyways, I digress.
You have more important things to worry about.
I just find the idea of protagonists that are train wrecks to be interesting, as it gives me a hope for myself, at least. I mean, you wouldn't be able to have a protagonist if he isn't a fucking train wreck on some fundamental level. Because otherwise, all you have is someone who's a regular person going through a regular fucking life. You want a regular person going through a regular life? Read Ulysses by James Joyce. That shit is boring as fuck. Joyce is such a weirdo fucking novelist. He's dead, but God, was he such a weirdo. You know, I generally go to her streams more often, partially because the timing is better for me, and you see, that's the one saving grace for me. It's not like I'm directly trying to compete with Kibs for views at the same time, although I probably should do that. Because, you know, given the time zone I am in, more people would be potentially watching the stream at that same time, just as random people, rather than anyone else. It's a tough call to make. But then again, who the hell watches Disco Elysium that is gonna be watching at 5 p.m.? No
More
Zoomer, certainly.
important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
Aw, isn't that cute, Chestnut?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect.
Wait, cryptozoologist. Lady, your man hunts Bigfoots. He hunts Bigfoots and Bigfoot-type insects.
They were just going down the coast across the water lock.
I still need to finish The Wealth of Nations. I need to read The Wealth of Nations.
He said they'd be back on Monday.
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you both.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Oh, Wilco,
Yes,
man.
some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
Okay, conceptualization, I'll have you know there's nothing vanilla about a murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired, and it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
No problem, ma'am. See, this is how police should interact with their citizens, just like this. Still need to finish the... Oh, yeah, no, I read that. Have not heard nor read it, says Lord Raven. Adam Smith. It is the foundational work of the economic doctrine, or economic philosophy, rather, that we know as capitalism. Adam Smith coined capitalism as it is discussed about, as it is criticized by Karl Marx, no relation to Robert Marx. So, you know, it's a pretty seminal work of literature, and philosophy, and economics. Pretty important. Not that I'm trying to talk down right now, I'm just trying to inflate the importance of the work in the ways that it is normally inflated. So anyways,
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
Okay, I know a little bit about the way this game ends, because, again, I have no problems with For the most part, I have no problems with, like, reading to the end of the book and reading the last couple of pages, just to know what I'm in for, quote-unquote. And
That's one opinion,
this
yes.
is what is
people
known
are
as
entitled
dramatic
to their
irony.
opinions.
Let's put it that way.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious.
Which is also the way that people approach, and especially socialists. It's also the way that socialists and most people approach Karl Marx. A glossed-over summary. Oh, don't worry, guys, you only have to read this and this chapter out of Das Kapital, Part 1. Don't worry about it. It only has to be these two, like, 3 or 5 chapters that amount to, like, you know, maybe 50 to 100 pages out of a 1,000-page book. But I digress. Don't worry about it. What could possibly be contextually enlightening in the rest of the fucking book?
Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are
Don't worry,
always bright and
Squealy. In some
curious,
places,
like
it
a
already is
small boy's.
required reading.
And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
Your opinion on a build I was able to do in modded MechWarrior 5 as a mech. Rifleman 1 with double heat sinks in Engine Plus 8 edition. What? Oh, as in it's like 10 double heat sinks in the engine plus 8 additional external double heat sinks. Gotcha. 4 medium pulse, 2 PPCs, endo steel, and 3 additional tons of armor. Okay. Tons of armor doesn't really mean much to me. How many armor points does it have compared to normal? That would be a better way to start. But either way, 4 medium pulses, 2 PPCs, 18 double heat sinks. I imagine that thing runs fairly cool. Probably very, very, very much so an endurance build. Like, even with an Alpha Strike, you're probably struggling to hit your heat maximum after all of the cooldowns. I don't mind those sorts of builds. Wow, Raven, you don't say! How shocked am I? Wow. Very impressive. You don't say. Tell me more. What a cool story, bro. Yeah, that's taking it back. What is this, 2010? Cool story, bro. Why am I snarking myself? What the hell? You could swap in ERPPCs. I'd say ERPPCs are probably good. A good thing to put in. As I understand it, there is no minimum range on PPCs in MechWarrior 5, so that's fine. Yeah, I think you probably have enough heat threshold that you're able to run ERPPCs, and then the 4 medium pulses are a backup option. And heck, even if you Alpha Strike with 4 MPL and 2 ERPPCs, you're probably fine. I asked if my required report could be negative. They fortunately said yes.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information.
Did you get a reasonable grade for it now, Squealy? That's the question.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
Thank you, Katsuragi.
One
or
other
Kitsuragi.
thing,
You're
he'll
a gem.
likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
I mean, let's keep
By a
going.
dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he
Got
just
an A.
divorced.
Very good. Only most of my professors. Only most.
We hit it off.
I know
and,
that feeling.
Well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
What about the
Oh,
rare
sweetie,
insect?
It's fascinating, but I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Let's hear about the
Well,
insect.
It's a phasmid, technically, but
Ah yes, Phasmatodea, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost
Again,
insects.
dramatic irony.
colloquially.
But I digress. I do live in Texas, you know. Only most of my yeah, Texas. Most.
where other
Regrettable.
phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast.
Why is it called the Insulindian? It probably has to do not with insulin, but with Indian, and it's insul. What is insul a contraction of? Like, how did they come across Insulindian as a word? Like, these are the sorts of things that fascinate me as someone who knows several languages and speaks 3 of them relatively fluently. Insulindian, like, how do you arrive at that as a word you construct? That fascinates me. Like, what inspired Insulindian in somebody's mind? And, like,
Hence
you know,
its
that
name,
has a
the
great ring to it.
Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
Again, this is really heavy-handed
I knew
dramatic
it.
irony.
We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
That is a pretty long reading list, man. Which one should you go for first? Jurassic Park is a cute one. Like, this is the only one I'm able to really speak to, but Jurassic Park, as a book, has a lot of cute stuff going on in it, like that the movie doesn't. It's still a bit, like, it's very anachronistic. There's a lot about it that you can just, like, go back and go like, ah, Michael Crichton, you specifically here were being a dunce cap on purpose, and in other places you were being a bit too flight of fancy, and in other places you can go like, yeah, we've since discovered more to be able to say that, yeah, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I forget what the name of it was, but my favorite Michael Crichton book is the one where they're down under the ocean, and they run across some sort of alien artifact. Or like an alien spaceship, like a time traveler's ship. Like, that was a fascinating book. The one where they're in this underwater habitat. I forget the name of it, though. But Jurassic Park, of course, it's a pretty, central book in terms of our popular canon, if you want to put it that way. What else do we have that I want to say on terms of Jurassic Park? The book itself does have some cute references to fractals and other such things. Like, it's definitely worth reading, but it's not quite the action-adventure we know it as. It's still pretty action-packed, though, for a relatively science-y science fiction that also tries to be action-oriented.
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms.
The coast where the native diabetics all live. You see, Gunny, that's the joke I was trying to avoid.
And they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Yeah, that is the joke I was trying to avoid. Because it was too easy.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid.
Why have
All
you only now
scientists
started
have
using
their
live
little
chat?
hobby
Me neither.
horses.
Honestly, on my chat monitoring device, I've been using Top Chat. Lol. I should have been using live chat this whole time, but now I am, so thank you for reminding me. I have watched the Kane Mutiny movie. It was alright. Maybe the book is going to be better in this case. In terms of Jurassic Park, it's not so much better so much as it is different, from what I know. But you're not willing to let it slide. Oh, are you not now?
Not at all.
I
Why
mean,
else would it
look,
hide itself so
if you want to
carefully?
trade a slip and slide with insulin, that's on you, Gunny. Not on me. You could poach some of your dad's books with the Army at Dawn. No, Robert Marks, actually, I do have a reading recommendation for you. One that isn't going to overlap with something I'm going to do on this channel in the near future. Let us see... Oh, what is... God damn it. Brain's not working as... Dawkins. The Selfish Gene. That's a worthwhile read. Go for it. Richard Dawkins, The Selfish Gene. Start there. And if you've already read that one, I'll give you another recommendation. Plato's The Symposium. That's a pretty good one to go with as well. A live chat shows censored comments. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that. I do try to listen to the Brigador audiobook when playing Fallout 4. It's a pretty good story. I plan on reading at some point the Brigador audiobook, although I don't know how people would feel about... You know, maybe I should actually just, hit up the developers and ask them, hey, how would you feel about me doing a live reading of the Brigador audiobook on stream? I should probably do that before I actually try to read it on stream. So... Here, let's see if I can still find him in my Discord chats. Because he is a fairly responsive fellow. Oh, what was his name again? Yeah, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum. Shakamoto. Do-do-do-do. Oh, where is he in this whole thing? It's not you. It's not you, it's not you. Hopefully he's not one of the deleted users. Oh well, I'll find it another time. Right now is not the time to do that. Right now is the time for... I'm going to get back to everything here after I go for a quick pee, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back after taking a rather long look at a weirdly optimized factory in Factorio on somebody else's screen, but I digress. Either way, right, what's chat been up to? Lincoln on Leadership is a good book. Yeah, but it's Lincoln, dude. It's Lincoln. Being honest, the presenter of the Brigadier audiobook is pretty good. Yeah, he also has a lot of that gravel to his voice, too. Just saying. Oh, I know what I forgot. I forgot to actually grab myself, some non-liquid calories, if you catch my meaning. Oh, well. No matter.
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes. It can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even. Oh, dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
The only real literature I got my hands on during school years were Faust, To Kill a Mockingbird, Marquise von O, and Macbeth. I mean, those are pretty good titles. Macbeth is a good one. Ian McKellen's rendition of Macbeth is very good. Look it up on YouTube. You can find bits and pieces of it. His Richard III is a movie I want to see as well, but I haven't been able to track it down. Either way, Ian McKellen, great actor. To Kill a Mockingbird was also good. Did you know that To Kill a Mockingbird has a sequel, and it's shit? Because the
Morel
author
can
shits all
explain
over
it
her own
all
work
much
later.
better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
There's really no
Yes,
point in
success!
anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Alright,
He nods
just
and
one little
assumes a
cryptid.
waiting posture.
Just one little
Cryptids,
cryptid.
cryptids. Let's
It's like
hear
he's
about
my
all
babysitter or
the
something. It's
interesting
great.
cryptids.
Also, this looks like a Pokeball. This looks absolutely like a Pokeball. Like on Kim's uniform. You see this badge? That looks like a Pokeball.
Ooh, tough choice there.
Ooh, what kind of cryptid? It's the biggest.
That would be the giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Last year of high school, I hated all the books, so proceeded to make a report on the Divine Comedy instead. Wow, that is wild. I didn't get very far into the Divine Comedy, and I think it's mostly because it was in English. If my Italian was better, and yes, I did learn Italian for a little bit. If my Italian was better, I'd prefer to probably read it in the Italian. Although it would also be archaic Italian. It would sort of be like trying to read Beowulf right now, I'd imagine. Although, then again, maybe not. Maybe I'm not being terribly fair. It might be fairly dialectically dense, though.
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
Personally, I hate the Romeo and Juliet since everybody constantly talks about it as if it's the only good tragedy. Romeo and Juliet is... The reason why people talk about it so fucking much is because it did everything correctly. That is why people love to talk about Romeo and Juliet. It did not miss a single dramatic beat. Every single part of that story fits the prototype, the phenotype, the absolute essence of what a tragedy is. And specifically a romantic tragedy. It is what people point back to when they go like, oh, I'm going to write a tragedy. Well, okay, cool. This is exactly the sort of elements I'm going to be taking from Romeo and Juliet. Or, oh, I'm going to do a romantic tragedy. How am I going to make it different from Romeo and Juliet? It's sort of like David Bowie. David Bowie made glam rock and killed glam rock. Why? Because he made glam rock. Glam rock was a very niche sort of artistic movement within rock and roll anyway. And he did it so well that nobody else can really do glam rock without going like, yep, Bowie is the one who did that first. Bowie did glam rock so well that nobody can point at any other glam rock piece and go like, yep, that's not a David Bowie piece of glam rock. You're always going to point back to David Bowie when you describe glam rock. That's the problem you run into with Romeo and Juliet. So how much of a pain in the ass do you think translating Wealth of Nations into Polish would be? In some ways it's easier to translate from English into Polish, because with Polish, the problem you're going to run into is you're trying to add too much context to what is a fundamentally acontextual language. That's English. English is a bastard tongue. It is simple. It is not terribly complicated. Polish is more complicated. It likes tenses, it likes times, it likes specific reference characteristics within its nouns, its adjectives, and its adverbs, to the point where you can literally craft an infinite word. It will be redundant at some point, but either way, you can craft infinite words with Polish that aren't just going to sound like onomatopoeia. They are going to have meaning. The problem is, unique meaning behind just superlative is going to be very difficult to accomplish. But either way, I digress, because these are all terms that I understand but are just completely absurd right now to be using in this discussion. So yeah, the problem you're always going to run into with Polish is trying to make something too complex and potentially getting wrong what is being referred to specifically. Because English is a vague language in regards to reference. It's why you have the problem of distinguishing read and read. Both spelt the same way, to read a book, or, oh, I read a book. Distinguishing between those two tenses of read and read is very difficult to do in written speech. In English. So, those kinds of distinctions are going to have, or pose a very big problem for the Polish. You read All Quiet on the Western Front? Damn. I read Catch-22, and that was a depressing as fuck book. Like, it starts very happy-go-lucky, and then you hit the halfway mark, and then all of a sudden, it just becomes depression upon depression upon depression, and I didn't know how to handle it at the time. Maybe I should give it another chance. I hate Milo Minderbinder. That is, I think, my most hated character or persona in fiction. Milo Minderbinder. I hate that man with an intense passion that I cannot describe. Hello there, Stoner. Yes, you are late again. I appreciate you pointing yourself out like this. And, God, I keep forgetting to play the game.
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a Fata Morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Wait, Fata Morgana. Fata Morgana. Isn't that just the same thing as fate unimaginable or a terrible fate? Isn't that what Fata Morgana means? Morgana, fuck. I'm trying to bring to mind my romantic roots of words. Romantic in the sense of Roman, by the way. I'm speaking linguistically right now.
Hooey.
But anyway.
No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
At least with All Quiet, it's pretty much a unending train of sadness, and you know it from the get-go. What's a book that I haven't read that I have on my shelf that reminds me of All Quiet? And yes, I understand that All Quiet does have that tone to it. It is supposed to be the depressing book. The one I'm about to talk about is probably also another among the depressing books. Oh, come on, where are you on the bookshelf, damn you? Son of a bitch. Where did I put it? Is it on the other bookshelf? Again, it's not the time for this. Whatever. Move on, Smastian, move on.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support.
I believe it wholeheartedly. It could also refer to the optical illusions in deserts. Fata Morgana? Well, I mean, no, I'm actually Googling this one. Fata Morgana. Fata Morgana, Mirage. Okay. Etymology. That's what I'm actually looking for. Okay, it from Italian, meaning literally fairy Morgan. Really? Fata means fairy? Fata etymology. This is shut up, this is interesting to me. Fata, goddess of fate. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. From the plural of Latin fatum, which is fate proper. So the goddess of fate is defined as a plurality, or at least has the connotation of a plurality. That's an also interesting linguistic point. But Morgan Le Fay, Morgan the Fairy. Fata Morgana, so a spirit, a manifestation. Okay, I understand now how we're arriving at what Fata Morgana means. From the etymological roots. Yes, this is the exact kind of weirdo I am. Shut up.
There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Coconur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
So is the game mostly dialogue-based, or is there gameplay combat? Well, it's all going to be dialogue skill checks, and whatever happens on screen is your quote-unquote combat. But yeah, most of it is just text boxes and listening.
Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
I'm not going to test the patience of Kim.
Of course, dear.
Okay, that is all for now, and Kim desperately wants to talk.
Morning. I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing in my MC wouldn't let me sleep.
Oh, he took a long night. I don't know if I was ready to let him go. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Well,
see, there we
he's in
go, Romeo
processing
and Juliet.
now. We have other matters to attend
to. Smashy's small brain is working hard. Hey, Stoner, you take that right back. It's a perfectly mid-brain, I'll have you know. It's just wired differently. Where normally you have an A to B connection and that's the way, or that's the way it's supposed to work. Me, I have A to a Y connection, and the Y connection is itself routed through a Z connection, which is itself routed through the C connection back to the B. So, you know, I'm wired different. I'm avoiding making fun of myself right now. Let's plow on.
Oh well, we'll get the armored boots in another lifetime.
The Union muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them.
Interfacing. Oh well, we'll get the armored boots in another lifetime. That's a fourth wall break, if I ever saw one. So what are we doing in chat? Probably since Hammerman can actually watch chat, unlike, say, Risk of Rain 2. Well, yeah, this does allow me to watch chat, and honestly, I'm having more fun talking with chat than actually playing the game, which is, I suppose, a mark against the game. But the game is itself pretty dialogue-heavy and dense, so really, what am I complaining about here? So, half the time we're doing Disco Elysium, half the time it's other stuff. Yeah. I do like the other stuff better, because there's a lot of... there are so many dialogue points in this game that I just refused to even touch upon in earlier streams, where I wanted to just like geek out and go on it for these hour-long tangents rather than progressing the game. Because like in the span of like, what has it been now? Half an hour, we've progressed the game like maybe 3 dialogue choices, and I've just been going off on a tear.
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Don't you be talking to me about drinking beer for breakfast. Although, no, you don't want to drink beer for breakfast. What you want to have for breakfast is a Caesar, because it's going to have all of your vitamin C that you're missing out on because of your hangover from last night, and it's going to have a lot of tomato flavor to it, and celery salts, and a stick of celery if you're being fashionable. Also clam juice. And no, you've heard me correctly. Clam juice. Very important for a Caesar. It gives you that protein kick you've been missing. In a drinkable form. So if you know the language, you know what to use, but someone untrained will have a lot of trouble. Yes. Yes. Mid-brain, slightly smooth. Look, it is smooth by virtue of will. Because prior to myself willing myself to be smoother-brained, I was far more insufferable. Hello there, Arthman. How you doing? Clam, the best breakfast protein. See, I'm not wrong. I think Arthman even knows a little bit of a thing or two about the Caesar and the importance of clam juice in your early morning diet. Oh, speaking of which, Mott's Clamato, they released this, like, very neon green, sort of, like, green pepper mixture of Mott's Clamato, which you can use to make Caesars, and I never got to try the stuff. Or if I did, I forget what it tasted like, but it probably tasted like shit. Either way, a friend of mine gave me a bottle and said, like, oh yeah, keep this, it's probably never going to be put back into production again. And my father threw it away. So I'm sad. I've had the same thing I had since, I can't even remember, orange granola and my multivitamin. Okay, Gunny, I mean, that's a fairly basic way of going about an early morning hangover, but let me tell you, you want to stave off an early morning hangover, I've got some new methodology in store for you. Basically, if you have, like, some tomato soup left over, pour that into a glass. Take half a lemon, squeeze it into a cup. Add ice, if you would like, and then add pepper to that as well. And you want to only add enough tomato soup such that it comes up to like a quarter or half the glass. And then the rest of that is water. It has mitigated, so far, 2 hangovers for me. And I think I'm onto something. Also, add Maggi or some sort of like soy sauce for taste. Just to like give it some sort salt content and a little bit of umami. But I'm telling you, that stuff, it hits the spot in ways that are unexpected. And if you can't quite get that, a substitute I have for that is a red bell pepper, or not even bell pepper, but a red pepper spread that is made from smoked red bell pepper, or smoked red peppers, together with like a cheese. It's like this weird sauce that I got from Costco. Either way, it is very nutritious, and so I used that instead of the tomato soup, and it worked wonders, let me tell you. I'm preaching about hangover cures. What has my life become?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said.
Fun
loose
stuff.
thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Womp womp. Yeah, like cold tomato soup. You know, some thing that you have, like, at the very bottom of the pot, it's not quite enough to fill up a bowl. Put it into this. And it's not quite a Bloody Mary, because a Bloody Mary still has alcohol content. It's like, if you want to bastardize it, it's basically a Bloody Mary, just without the alcohol. Go for that. You just lose your sense of balance and go to sleep? Okay, so Gunny, what this tells me is you have a very low tolerance, and you just pass out. You have a low blackout threshold, Gunny. What the hell? Well, Robert Marks, you and Kibbs both are lightweights, despite being bigger guys.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain
Lightheaded
would
after
sign
2
off on it.
beers. Damn,
Solving
man.
one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
We could. Okay, actually, chat here. A little bit of streamer chat interaction. Trademark, boys. What are we doing? Are we walking past the Union muscle? Or are we directly confronting them? I'll leave it up to chat. While I grab beer number 4. Okay. We all know Kibbs is fat. Thick as heck, Poyol. I don't know, like, given the kind of voice he has, I'd be so incredibly disappointed if he turned out to be a lardo. I'd be so incredibly disappointed. Like, chubby, I'd be able to handle, like, imagistically, but, like, if he turns out to be a complete rolling mass of slob and lard, I don't think I'd be able to handle that. I think I'd lose a part of my soul. Maybe I should inspire Kibbs to do exercise more. Maybe I should prod him to do that in DMs or something. Maybe all of chat should do that. But you didn't hear it from me. Only ever had one big hangover. The other times it was fine. Look, when you have a hangover, it's a great time. The only time you don't like to have a hangover is when the tape cuts out for you, you know? You actually have that blackout. A memory gap, as it were. There's been 2 of those in my life. Neither was pleasant. Hello there, no one. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I haven't actually been introducing people to the stream and, like, saying hi to them properly this entire time, I don't think. Or no. No, I have been. It's just that there's been less people to introduce. That's why it's weirding me out a little.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms.
Okay, if I make Kibbs into a gym rat, that's gonna be fine, because guess what? April 8th, in my province, they're finally taking down vaccine mandates to enter businesses. For specific kinds of businesses like restaurants and gyms, which means I can go back to the gym, which I've been paying for this entire fucking time. Fuck you, Golds. Fucking bastards. But whatever, I decided to keep my gym membership live in order to avoid paying a $200 severance fee. Which, had I paid the severance fee, like, a year ago, it would have made sense. But I kept thinking, nah, they can't possibly keep the mandates around this long. Nah, just one more month, and it's like it kept dragging on and on and on. But finally, April 8th, they're tearing it down. I can go back to the gym again and make use of my money. Which means I'm going to be doing like a week's worth of just push-ups and squats to get myself back up to fitness for doing any sort of lifting. Ugh. Roly-poly kips, and I still don't have an answer from you guys. Am I going hard in the fucking paint and confronting the union workers or not? Getting a buzz with me depends. Like, what have I been eating throughout the day? How calorically rich was my diet? Because calories mitigate drunkenness. A hawk of ham with a face pointing out of it. Do it. Walk right up to them. Eat the union. Words of utter inspiration.
Aren't you curious to know
Eat
what they
the
have to say
union.
about the murder?
You want to eat the rich, boyo? Well, let's take this another step. I want to eat you, and I don't mean out. I want to turn you into takeout and put you in me. Wait, that sounds weird. But the joke is funny anyway, so I said it. Everyone claps now. Please clap.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I lived...
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
The man on her right. The man on her right now is Kim.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest, if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What if I want to talk to you?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Oh god, a socialist. No wonder she sounds so insufferable all of a sudden. Wait, to smash it into four now? No. Scratch that. Robert Marks, you get your head right out of the gutter.
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police? We let you off easy, miss. Don't think it will happen again.
I should probably stop eating breakfast to lower calorie intake. Wrong, Marks. What you should do is you should cut down on the other meals throughout your day, like, say, a lunch or a dinner. Make those smaller. Breakfast, keep it the same way. You need the energy boost at the start of the day. Trust me, I know, as someone who has insomnia, it'll help you in the long run.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
Hello there, Titus Hardy. You have a strong resemblance to the racist we spoke with last stream.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
I mean, I wasn't telling you to add porn mods. I was just telling you to add big titty anime waifu mods to your list. That's not a porn mod. That's a quality of life improvement. Catch my drift? Breakfast, coziest meal of the day. Also, Stoner, you stop spreading false information or I'll report you to Twitter, so help you God. I'll let them know you're spreading the false narrative against the Antichrist global establishment. Yeah.
Let's.
Well, let's talk to our boy Titus. Oh, tobacco spit. Hawthorn bushes. Toting guns and Union placards. Well...
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
This is where you say your bed.
Okay, cool. Let's see. Another broad-shouldered man.
Detective.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
Wow, Drama, you're really coming through in the clutch. I like your attitude, Drama. Excellent stuff.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
Oh god, the drawl, though. Why is it so forced sounding? The quality of life mod is a UI mod, not porn. I'm not saying the tits have to be fully out on display or anything. I'm just saying you could use a little bit more titillation in your life. Marks. You know. Just saying.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Oh, look at this. Lady has a soft spot.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match. Starting from the right, boot size 44, blonde man, in his 30s, overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right, standard working boots, size 45 or 46, eldest in the room, probably mid-50s, smoker, quiet. Across at the other table,
They all have names.
hobnailed
Okay.
working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Maritzian, in his late 30s, early 40s.
You know, I'm already glad that a fair few of those guys are going to die no matter what. Which ones? Sorry, I've lost the plot on that comment, Marks. Overbearingly masculine. Yeah, let's ignore the word overbearingly there. It's clearly added as author intent flavor. If you catch my drift, let's ignore it.
He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations. Hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man, with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing.
Hard to tell from this fucking image, though.
In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy.
Uh-oh.
Boot size,
Wheezy
46,
heaver.
deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
Wow.
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is absent, the odd soul. Yes,
Exactly.
we know who she
The
is.
missing lady driver who was running the drug trade. Does it mean the Hardy Boys are involved in the drug trade as well?
Well, you know, it's things that you have to sort of look past if you were a Reguline. That's not an option, Stoner, unfortunately. Actually, rather fortunately. I think that's the cheap and easy way out. Get a chance to fire into these people. No. Let's try to avoid that. Mm-hmm.
Maybe. But hey, you've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Now is a good time to hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
Let's go with that.
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's
Aha!
an 8th Hardy
He told
and
on
there's a
himself.
Hardy girl.
They can't help
Who
but do
might
it.
it be? Elizabeth? The
Unfortunately, Blood for the Blood God is not a viable playthrough for this game, I don't think.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so, too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good.
Uh-huh.
We are all watching each other. Officer,
Ooh, that's a
question.
KGB line if I ever heard one. Kitsuragi. I keep wanting to call him Katsuragi, but anyway.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Ooh, do I want to be really pushy about it?
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Uh-huh, sure he is.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Oh, some points we can spend. Let's see. Let's fill out Psyche. Take it to max.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
We're not bees. We're men. We're socialists.
Uh-huh, we know that.
Easy, E. He's trying to phase you. What are you trying to do? Scare my men? We got weapons of our own.
Sure
We
you
got
do.
Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
Well, they're committed,
That
which
was an
is an
unsure
admirable.
phrasing.
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Again, Hardy does have a point, even if he's a bit of a socialist.
What do you mean, okay?
All right, Marks, you enjoy your night, as it is your time to go. But the problem is, they're tradies. The fact that they decided to be socialist isn't really a fault of their own. They just didn't have another word to describe themselves with. Ooh, they're going to wipe you the fuck out, Titus. Ooh, I want to go for that one.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
Negative energy. Ooh, let me
All
tell
he
you.
means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that. The pretty boy. You guys really love.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt, like we use in the harbor? Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him. We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep. Titus does not see it coming.
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll say it again.
But why are they so willing to admit they are the ones that did it?
Yeah, I knocked him out.
Nah. We're
Came up
being
behind him
we're
and
being
clubbed
calm.
him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up.
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style.
Samaran boxing, or Sambo, is an eloquently violent set of one-on-one fighting moves, originating from the Samaran Isola. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool.
Sambo reminds me of Rochambeau, which was a completely different game. One that you didn't want to play if you were a dude.
He may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing, no uncalled for details.
Right fucking here. The fucker started coming to our bar. Ask him for it.
Actually,
what?
they're admirably surprisingly composed.
Why was that
The
a
entire
failure?
room, given how many questions you've lobbed their way. Well, this one, but he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Like what, Copper?
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Well,
Yeah.
I know that.
Who do
You know
think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier, the representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
Hello, Hello, Gabrielle.
What is that?
A yellow. Okay, so I was reading it right the first time, but I'm reading it on a very small screen. But anyway, Gabrielle Aiello, welcome to the stream. And yeah, that was an XCOM moment. I think the roll was a bit rigged too, but
No.
anyway.
I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions. Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. Which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now?
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line in my town. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Just a second. Door closed. Let's continue.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
Come in, go. Out.
To kill us all if we don't open the gates.
The dog is
We don't
going
let
back
the
and forth
scabs
in and out of the room, and I'm
if we
tired of it.
don't Bend over. That was before he started coming here.
I mean, okay, technically true. 83% success is 17% failure. I don't disagree with that. 10 out of 10 pronunciation of my last name. People usually mess it up. Really? How can you mess up a yellow? I mean, it is right there, a yellow. What, did they go like, a yellow? What do they do? How can you mispronounce that? Please, try to phonetically transcribe it for me in chat, because I'm curious now.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
And so we will.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Ah, the electric chair, then.
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition.
Really? They didn't go
During
for
the
a guillotine?
suzerain's
I thought
reign,
they would have gone
it used
guillotine,
to be
given the
firing
context.
squad.
Wrong answers only.
Or
Yeah.
send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets.
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Wow. 3%. Oh, we confronted them, for what it's worth. Because we failed the skill check, though, we got a completely different outcome. And hey, don't you unbelievable me, you bitch. If I could left mouse, right mouse, to use my fist to just deck you in the head, I would completely do it. But instead I'm just gonna spin in front of you to assert dominance. I'm Disco Fever, baby. Look at me. Haha. Why did I just go into a Johnny Bravo there? Either way, I guess let's pitter-patter GT the fuck out. But I'm still curious, how the hell do you mispronounce Aiello? Aiello? Alo? Do people just call you Alo? Is that how they do it? Okay, let's take a look at things. Guillaume le Million. Okay. Do we want to go down this path for Guillaume le Million? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Well, let's run around places. Let's talk to our boy Kuno. What you doing? Okay. Whatever, I guess we'll leave Kuno the fuck alone. Can I do anything with this nonsense?
An inconspicuous pyre. It's nothing.
Uh-huh. Okay. I guess we're going back to over here. How do I get up there? Well, no matter. Do you have any more dialogue options, or do I need
Oh,
to talk
look.
to other people?
It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
Caught any smokes on you? Nah, we're not doing the smokes route. We're trying to be clean. We're getting clean, chat. We're a hero, a pioneer, an explorer. Is it time to do the lock thing yet?
A rusting control. This panel. You pull the lever. Nothing happens. A spring brings. Wasn't there a sun?
I guess it's still not that time yet. It's not giving me a proper day as I wanted it to, but whatever. Where do we continue now? Confront them about the drug trade. Maybe later, though. Enter the harbor and seek an audience with Union leader Avar Clare. Okay. How are we gonna advance this, I wonder?
Looking for something?
It says green. Okay, it says green.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Gabriel, whatever that is, hahaha. Well, I mean, your first mistake was watching a VTuber, Gabriel, so... Let me... You watched a VTuber. What were you expecting?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers.
Uh-huh,
I don't
sure.
trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work! Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
Thank you, Mañana. You're sort of a G. Sure, we'll give you that distinction. In socialist paradise, you have an obligation to work. Well, clearly this isn't a socialist paradise. If people are still demanding the right to work.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
The audio mixing for this game is so fucking weird, because sometimes it's too quiet, sometimes it's a little bit louder but still not loud enough. I don't know.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
What is your goal
We
here?
were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
He seems to be following his orders well enough for now. But beneath it all, there is a boiling rage and a dangerous carelessness.
Rabble-rousing.
Do not
Rabble-rousing.
be fooled by the programming. There is a precarious balance inside him, keeping him in check. But it's shaky as hell, and he's tired of it all.
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
They follow because I am rotund and loud. Get it right. I don't know. He has more of a triangle body than a rotund body. True, that's why I'm glad I found your stream after you liked a tweet that I mentioned Command Modern Operations. I felt it as soon as I saw your avatar, lol. Well, what can I say? Teriyaki is fucking yummy and this is just funny. A glowy, perhaps? Well, no, he is obviously a glowy. He's a mercenary. From the other streams, we know that much context. He is part of the mercenary band. He is trying to rabble-rouse in order to get these guys to storm the Union headquarters, because he thinks the Union killed one of his mates.
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around.
It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line.
Fucking loincloth.
Loincloth? Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say, is it? Better not to press the issue further, sire. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
Don't think so.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grip hard as a stone.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
That was the wrong voice actor! That was the wrong voice actor! Oh my god.
What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Oh, so he gave it up.
Benital is
He just
one
fucking
of the
gave up.
inhabited islands of the Seminoles archipelago near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Seminoles
Bloody
nationalists
glowies.
in the
I know,
post-war
right? Bloody
realm of
glowies.
the islanders' territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other.
Now you see, this is how you do proper racism. You use words like breeding. You make it seem impersonal. You make it subtle. You just slip it in casually, like. Not like they did with the actual fucking caricature over to the left of the screen
Useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know. But not too old. She was quite the entertainment. For the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now.
Oh, okay, so we're just gonna toss that aside.
Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach.
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But go ahead.
All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his
Well, that
dead
was a
skin.
fucking ride of a conversation. Holy shit, that went from like, you know, we're up at like a 4, and then all of a sudden went like, yep, we're peaking to 9, and then we're back down to 4.
Have
Yikes.
fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. Why you want to meet that fat asshole?
Yeah, but he's not trying to lay into it too deeply. You're just saying the word breeding. You're not saying, oh, those guys are animals over there. It's like, no, they were breeding in the bushes. You know, that's how you do things subtle, like, in writing. Mm-hmm.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
Let us work!
Well, that's not going anywhere, really. Yeah, and I mean, you already defeated your point, by the way, Raven, when you said implying doesn't seem like it's subtle. The very nature of implication means that it is subtle. It is unspoken. It's not something you have to force in somebody's face. Implication is subtlety.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Okay, let's give this big dumb oaf a go.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
God, don't voice act, please.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
Oh, he knows big words like morphophysiology. Wow.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me. That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible
Oh, he's talking about
of Al
alcohol.
Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Now you see, this guy's a racist too.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race.
Yeah, but the point is, like, I'd say it's enough on the subtlety scale, Raven, to say that it is within the realm of subtlety as opposed to non-subtle.
You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures. Like
now,
the deformed
this is
aliens
where
and
the author is
inexplicably
writing to you directly,
potato-obsessed
and this is a fourth wall
Quakers.
break.
But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
I mean, he's not wrong about that last statement.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. Well, not as such. What you do with a mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
An advanced racist. Also, hello there, Lupu, or otherwise known as Boog. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Why does that thing look like AOC? I don't know. Striking resemblance between this one and AOC. Knock him out! 8% chance.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
And there's the postmodernism.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront International Capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Of course you are, Revacholian man. The failure of communism to challenge the world order is the core of your race fate. All around you, the fruits of its defeat. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted disease.
Not gonna talk about that.
Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music? Stop explaining yourself. No one cares about your beliefs. The conversation has moved on. Of course it does. You are a degenerate individualist and a rock and roll rebel.
I want to punch this guy a lot.
Pawn of international finance, just like the rest of your ham-colored race. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race. The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful
At least he's trying to
masters
speak to,
of
or
the
stick to the French
Insulindian
accent fairly
archipelago.
well. Instead of
We
going A
descend
for
from
A,
the
he goes A
Areopagites
for
of
A.
ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you.
Uh-huh.
We are the future. That is all. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulembuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale. No. I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol. The city is central to the Simony strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're not trying to be a communist here, Lupo. We're not. I don't have the option to shoot him.
You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called hardy boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself.
The hardy manlets are on the pay.
Oh boy, he actually
company.
went out and called them
I
manlets. God
answer to
damn,
the
fuck.
union alone.
It's like he's winning
And
this
I do
argument or
this
something.
Out of race heroism. Finance is an alien concept.
This really is
Simply.
cringe. It is such incredible cringe. I'm glad I opened up a six-pack for this today. But I think I'll save the last two for another time. because it is beginning to weigh heavily on my gut.
Now leave me be. I must luxuriate. Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. It's shameful.
I mean, it really is shameful, but
find out for yourself. Endomorphic blob.
Interesting.
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby. He must think redheads are immigrants.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
There are artistic choices in this game that have been made, but I'm not going to speak about them.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions.
Still not as cringe as
One
Chloe.
thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example.
Well, I mean, isn't that just the modus operandi of all racists there, Lupo?
His earlobes could be small.
Just accuse people of shit until it sticks. Consider yourself superior for the mere act of self-aggrandizement. There's nothing new under the fucking sun.
The size of the earlobes is not a real craniometric criteria.
And the shifting of the goalposts, of course. Especially as regards phrenology.
Your earlobes are flawless, Jean-Luc.
Yes.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes plenty.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
Bested him in craniometrics. Got him. It's still only a 17% chance. Do we go for it? We've got health bar. Let's go. We fail.
How did this happen?
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up into your brain as he's twisting it more and more.
The words to the song have changed.
Your hand twists in his grip and the pain blinds you. Still you press the words out of your swollen mouth.
Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
Oh, that's a good line. I like that.
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Oh,
your
that's a good one.
pedomorphic friend has quick wits, a protruding occiput, and an indented zygomatic bone.
The lieutenant does not flinch.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He still has the use of his mind.
We still need to get into the harbor. There's an interview to conduct. There must be another way. I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians, because that won't get us anywhere. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hug. Let's think of something else.
Let's just drop that subject. Let's drop that one. Okay, let's think
I guess
about
getting
this.
past the man ain't that simple after all. So, what now? Sorry, busy surveying the situation. I'm sure wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending
Oh,
to
you
infiltrate armored
overestimate
machinery.
us here, Mañana.
Maybe you could even knock that Kowalczyk crane over using some remote controls. Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right? I get it. Hush hush about the secret technology. Alright, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there.
Yeah,
Out of
there you go.
solidarity
Thank you
to
for
the
dancing
RCA.
around the issue.
It's low in technology, however. First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically grovel. That's how I do it.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
There has to be something. Well, okay. In all likelihood, there probably isn't something than to degrade yourself before that fuckwit. Maybe take a fucking wrench to his head. Here. Because I'd like to advance the plot, but I don't know. Here, let's make a bit of a save. Why weak cop? Because I decided to go for the brains route for some fucking reason. Whatever, deck him over the head with a fucking crowbar.
Your race descent has only worsened.
I can't do the
since I
knockout.
last saw you. You
It
have
also doesn't give me a
really let
fucking
yourself
positive by
go.
holding the crowbar in my hand. Really? I can't use a crowbar to deck this guy? Come on, game. Whatever.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on? Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the
Melanin
Mao
shielding.
school.
Yeah, seems
the
so.
Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats. The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North.
Oh, he actually went for the
all have
Suren.
type A race
He dropped the
propensities.
S correctly. Well done.
The other large mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum.
This is going to be a long conversation. I'm better than all of you. Cool. And then there's this 357 Magnum. Unfortunately, I still haven't got my gun back.
Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Seminese and the Areopagites are on the ascent. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Seminese inhabit the southern islands.
Uh-huh.
I am Seminese, from the stock of Ulumbuir on Ile de Fantôme. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ile Maran deserts. The Seminese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Ile Maran to Ansuland, thousands of years before the lactose-intolerant Maun Occidentals discovered this place.
God, these conversations are so boring and cringe. Come on. Why does it have to be so ham-fisted?
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Seminese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Semeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite super-race. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world. Type B
Go on.
are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Koikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people.
I mean, it isn't, Gunny.
The Koikos of Grad, Yugo, Zimsk, Chest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, muddy, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination.
What am I even
Grad
listening
people
to?
have
Jesus
undergone
Christ,
for drinking
please. I want to move the
unruly
plot
and
forward, not
smoking
listen to this
degenerate
drivel.
tobacco, and for eating
Well,
potato.
I guess I feel like a cop now. It's like, please move the plot forward. I don't want to listen to this
Koiko,
shit.
The countless micronationalities of Grad are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic.
I mean, for all the claims of them being leftist writers, they at least decided to make someone who is of Seminese origin the phrenologist that you have to encounter. So, you know, they're trying to be fair-handed, and due credit to them for that.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semeno-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust, uninterrupted.
I think this is one of those
Seminine to the
artistic
Boreal
decisions,
Plateau of
Squealy. It's to make you feel as though this is a
leaders
fucking
will be the
slog in
genetic
order to get through
epitome
it.
of the Seminese and Areopagite stock, elected by nature.
In all honesty, I've already
Not
shut
the
my brain
base
off,
in
and I'm
our
done.
spoilage called demos. The Vacholians, halfway between Type A and the Racial Cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure
Yeah,
committed
fartistic
by humans
decision.
in our 82,000-year history.
I mean, this is, at the very least, a conscious decision. Make of that what you will. I've said my part.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The
We have our
revolution
answer.
came to Ravachol from Grad in Zaraz-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia.
Sarath. Sounds a lot like Russia or a Russian allegory.
The revolution is fatal familial insomnia.
His French accent is pretty on
Hereditary
point.
prion condition passed from the Khoico to the Occidental.
No, I'm suffering
What
through this by
not
virtue of stubbornness.
Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant.
Oh, he literally thinks it's because of potato imports that we got communism. Okay.
Enough of type mediocrity.
What about type C through F?
Types CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Semenese man.
Mosquito.
Only possible
Ha
if
ha
the
ha
mother
ha
is
ha
masked
ha.
and the
He
father
made a
Semene.
pun. Funny
The other
lol.
way
Everyone
around,
clap.
they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic phylogenetic education. Then there is the Semino-Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Semino-Koiki Chimera? It is the Khoico, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have told
Why is it
the
all written
idea
in
of
all caps
crossing
too,
the
by the way?
Semenese
Why is it
with the
all
Khoico
written in all caps?
to produce a
Why?
superb worker of Semenese strength
I'm
and gracia
suffering.
ability. This will never happen. The Semenese and the Khoico may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will, but enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of Type CF. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on? You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way in, without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously, the lieutenant thinks? Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
Oh god, Chad, I just want to move the plot forward. How do I do that? I'll need that non-alcoholic Bloody Mary after this and I'm sober. Ah, so you were listening to the exposition. This felt like a fever dream. I don't fucking know. Okay, we like him, but I want to move the plot
You
forward.
need to internalize what you have heard here today. then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
Whatever. Okay, I guess I have to come back to it another time.
Hot stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is metabolic and circulatory
Oh,
system.
do I need to take a shit?
Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachol's problems?
Okay. Easy
Yes,
answer.
Them, but also women. Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane.
Jesus Christ,
Their
what is
idiocy needs
this?
to be
What
scrubbed
is
off
this
this
fucking
world.
doom
Rubbish
spiral of dialogue,
You
please?
need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need to know their place. Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Am my endurance? Is this what I'm having?
Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol-engorged liver.
I don't know, chat. I don't know.
It is
I
one
think
of
I'm having a
betrayal
fever
and
dream.
Disappointment.
Whatever, betrayal, disappointment. I couldn't bash a guy over the head with a fucking crowbar because it wouldn't let me. I don't know, maybe take some chain cutters to his fucking nuts. Shine a flashlight in his eyes until he submits. Holy fuck.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Maybe I'd talk to this idiot again.
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up in his face. Leave yourself space to move.
Not bad advice, actually. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work.
I need you as my champion, yes.
No. I'm not a fighter. I'm a worker.
Bullshit, you aren't a fighter. Look at your triangular physique. Your triangle ass versus this cunt's triangle ass. Ah, God fucking damn it. Nah. Oh my god. I can't even get in there using the logic route because it means I have to forget one of these and go with one of these in order to internalize it, so to speak. Oh my god. Okay, we have this chucklefuck idiot over here. This goes nowhere. I can't even make it to the other side of this fucking bridge. There's no dude here. There's still the pawnbroker. Fuck. Who do I even talk to? Okay, what are my quests? Maybe call Alice for info about the number. Why not? That made me want to drink vodka. Look, I'm 4 beers in, and I told myself I won't drink the other 2, but after this, I'm like, oh my god, I need to drink the other 2.
Toolbox and the soft glow of the fuel.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track.
Of course, it's a shell company.
Has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. Yes, that is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CVP.
Expected.
And the one before it was Downwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor. No, they work called Sediment. And somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
This is a fun challenge for her. An opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then.
Another callback tomorrow.
57th over.
In the cabin, you see a...
Okay, what other tasks can I complete? There are so many tasks, I'm getting overwhelmed. Is it Wednesday yet? Filed Monday. Okay, so we're definitely in Tuesday, so... on Wednesday we open up a new area in Martinez. Jesus Christ. This is Precinct 57. How may I help you? Alcohol. All of it. No. No. Don't wait. I want it now. Because I can't talk to these 2 stuck-up idiots. Both of them are fucking slags. Skiven bastards. Are you guys still playing bocce over here?
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
You are a man with a fork in a world of soup. I love that as an insult. Ooh, that's excellent.
But you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
I am. Acting without hesitation.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
Could the objective of the game be to throw the metal ball so it lands by the wooden ball?
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip.
I know it's pétanque,
Feels
but
like it's in both.
don't get started on me on pétanque. And yeah, Gunny, same. It's been a while.
I hope you pass out from it, you goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Measuring. This must be the age-old game of pétanque.
Pétanque, you putain de merde. Anyway.
Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down yourself and the team. Get in the damn game already. Doesn't matter what team. Pick a team. Any team. The blue team. You're letting them down. Get in the game and throw the goddamn ball. Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky.
Sure, officer. I am René Arnaud, and my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you?
Let's talk to them.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely.
I'll have to teach you the perfect French pronunciation someday so you can insult lefties properly. Oh, is that what I'd be using it for, as opposed to making fun of the French?
Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
Why is today the day of just, like, casual sexism and racism from everyone we fucking run across in this dialogue trees?
I know the kind. Gaston here is the same. A weather vane. Never stood up for anything in his life either.
Oh, René. If you only knew life beyond confrontations, conflict, and extremities.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar
Le
game.
baguette, le frog. First off, it's la grenouille. I mean, why else do you think I learned French if not to make fun of the French better? It certainly wasn't out of some naive interest in learning the French language, thinking it would be good for my employment prospects at the age of 10. Or, you know, at the age of 10, thinking it would be good for my employment prospects at the age of 18 and up. Which it hasn't been.
Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
Apparently the French Tower is the tallest structure in the world now. Oh, is it now?
Should have fought
Oh, is that
dirty,
why you learned
like they did
German,
with their
Gunny?
suicide sex
Is that
cult
why?
propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
That and weird kraut gun magic tech files. That makes a lot more sense there, Gunny.
This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument.
You learned Dutch
And now the
just
Union
because?
socialists are practically running
Now
the
that's a bit left field there, Raven. That's a bit much, in my mind.
Well, it's your hometown
Learning Dutch?
folk.
Whew,
You,
boy.
we, the coalition.
I mean, if you're gonna learn
Revachol,
German, at least learn,
whoever
you
wanna
know,
blame.
mainland German,
Never finished
as
the
opposed
job.
to off-brand German,
Officially,
or
the party
northern
never
German,
surrendered.
or
Of course, they still all influence.
French German. Yes, I strongly believe that the Franks are actually Jerry's in disguise.
You don't even begin
Don't
to
at me.
truly understand the players of the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
You sleep while listening to stream now. Honestly, these dialogue options are pissing me off tonight, because it's going nowhere. Ugh.
I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisell had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
I'm content trying to be intelligible in English. Don't need to muddy my brain up with more pesky words.
Instead,
Well, unfortunately,
all that is
I've
just
cursed myself to a
beautifully
lifetime
well
of muddying
swept
of the
away, and
brain,
now
as
it's
it
neon
were.
signs with toothpaste ads everywhere.
At least it ain't
Foreign
Mountain German.
garbage and stupid
Yeah.
music on the radio.
What, you didn't want to learn to yodel, Raven? You didn't want to do the yodel-a-hee-hoo? That was too much for you, Raven. But Dutch was where it was at for you.
This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
Yodeling is gah. Oh, he spelled it with a J, too. Well, look at that. He's been learning too much German. He spelled it with a J. Ooh, goddamn. Or Dutch, rather. Sorry. Just be good enough in class that you never have to retake it. I mean, okay, fair point. The thing is, I decided to go willingly into late French immersion, which means most of my courses were in French, and as a result, my mathematics competencies were severely hampered when all of a sudden mathematics in French was stopped at grade 10.
Cocaine.
And I had to relearn it in
Sounds
English.
like our kind of king. And just imagine what kind of cocaine a king would have had.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to
I mean, I
rule.
sort of vibe with the monarchism. Sort of.
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
There is so much dialogue. I am getting extremely fatigued by this. I'm gonna let this guy finish talking and then leave a chat with this guy for another time, because holy hell, this is taxing.
You haven't lived as long as I have, son. With age, a man learns certain things about real power, or else ends up a spineless socialist rat, like Gaston here.
And the worst part of that, officer, is having to spend your days playing pétanque with an angry snake.
The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the
Purple.
nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revishal's finest years.
Sorry, that sounded a lot like Arnold Schwarzenegger speak. Regnum cocainum. Blah.
I'm satisfied with this explanation.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Oh, Christ alive. I don't have the mental patience for this. Please, lead me to an
He's just
ending.
making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
I'm listening. Right.
Let's give this a
As
shot.
Rennie
And then...
turns from you to
Wow,
his
that was a
partner
success.
back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly. 2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
I'm going to have to, like, de-stress after this with something else, and I don't know what.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frizzle I.
Shouldn't that be spelt with an E-U-R-E as opposed to an O-U-R-E? Brother.
A small
Shouldn't
blue
it be-
star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
Vaillance, not valiance. Vaillance.
The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the Revolution.
For bravery. For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in
Maudit.
his gown of
Maudit.
velvet and gold.
Maudit. Not some fucking muddy. Like, muddy. Ugh.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisell thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatoo feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
He really despises that Drissant fellow.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw.
Unfortunate.
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee. I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
Le fléau.
The bane of horses.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one. He didn't. I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frisell to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth. The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drisant. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like René himself. Certainly not to me. How did you find the story to be, officer?
Bon Dieu. You and Gaston must be related. His blood runs yellow too.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't hand this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand. Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. and 782 Royal Carabiniers are dead because of his incompetence.
This brings back to mind that conversation from earlier we were having about, Starship Troopers.
Whoa, man-loving? Is that even a word? It is not.
I mean, it is. Both of you just used it.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Eversholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Okay, before I get into a conversation with this old man over here, I'm going to save the game. I'm going to save. Because this game has driven me quite mad in this past hour. Having to listen to absolute drivel that exists in order to prevent us from progressing the storyline and doing actual police work. And I don't have the fortitude mentally to try to plow on through right now. So instead, I'm going to end the stream for the night. And we'll pick this back up a week later. How's that sound, chat? Yeah, big wall of text, Raven. Big wall of text. Oh, that was frustrating. And this coming off of me just playing the Halo Infinite ranked before starting the stream. Jesus Christ, that was frustrating. But no matter. This is where we will end off for tonight. As always, my name has been Smastian. We'll see each other again on Friday, where I think it'll be Risk of Rain again, and then for next Monday I'll try to do something different. That won't be Risk of Rain. I'll have something planned out, in mind, etc., etc. A different game. Until such a time, I wish you all a very good night. Have a good one.